From Syekh Kuala University, Banda Aceh, welcome to the first SISTEM 2020 International Conference. Honorable the Director General of Higher Education Indonesia, Honorable Director of Syekh Kuala University, Honorable the Chairman of the conference, Excellencies, keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning and a warm welcome to all the participants. My name is Alfi Khairia. It is my delight to be your Master of Ceremony of this online conference. Before we start the conference, I would like to inform to all the participants to turn on the camera and turn off the microphone during the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin the ceremony with blessings, I would like to invite Mr. Irwansyah Putra for Holy Quran recitation and prayer.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. وَإِذْ قَالَ رَبُّكَ لِلْمَلَائِكَةِ إِنِّي جَاعِلٌ فِي الْأَرْضِ خَلِيفَةً قَالُوا أَتَجْعَلُ فِيهَا مَن يُفْسِدُ فِيهَا وَيَسْفِكُ الدِّمَاءَ وَنَحْنُ نُسَبِّحُ بِحَمْدِكَ وَنُقَدِّسُ لَكَ قَالَ إِنِّي أَعْلَمُ مَا لَا تَعْلَمُونَ وَعَلَّمَ آدَمَ الْأَسْمَاءَ كُلَّهَا ثُمَّ عَرَضَهُمْ عَلَى الْمَلَائِكَةِ فقال أنبئوني بأسماء هؤلاء إن كنتم صادقين قالوا سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم قال يا آدم أنبئهم بأسمائهم فلما أنبأهم بأسمائهم قال ألم أقل لكم إني أعلم غيب السماوات والأرض وأعلم ما تبدون وما كنتم تكتمون وإذ قلنا للملائكة اسجدوا لآدم فسجدوا إلا إبليس أبى واستكبر وكان من الكافرين وقلنا يا آدم اسكن أنت وزوجك الجنة وكلا منها رغدا حيث شئتما ولا تقرب هذه الشجرة فتكون من الظالمين فأزلهما الشيطان عنها فأخرجهما مما كانا فيه وقلنا اهبطوا بعضكم لبعض عدو ولكم في الأرض مستقر ومتاع إلى حين صدق الله العظيم. Ma'am and sir, let's take a few seconds for dua. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا شاكرين حمدا ناعمين حمدا يوفي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم ولعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم. اللهم أحسن عاقبتنا في الأمور كلها وأجرنا من خزي الدنيا ومن عذاب الآخرة. اللهم إنا نسألك رضاك والجنة ونعوذ بك من سخطك والنار. اللهم إنك عفو كريم حليم تحب العفو فاعف عنا يا الله يا كريم. اللهم اغفر لنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربيانا صغيرا. ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم من النبيين والصديقين والشهداء والصالحين. اللهم أحينا بالإيمان وأمتنا بالإيمان واحشرنا بالإيمان وأدخلنا الجنة مع الإيمان. اللهم إنا نسألك سلامة في الدين وعافية في الجسد وزيادة في العلم وبركة في الرزق وتوبة قبل الموت ورحمة عند الموت ومغفرة بعد الموت. اللهم هون علينا في سكرات الموت والنجاة من النار والعفو عند الحساب. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Ladies and gentlemen, Our next agenda is singing national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for Indonesia Raya. Pura-puraan berdiri. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to watch the video about Syah Kuala University profile.
Universitas Syah Kuala, Unsyah, is a public university located in Banda Aceh, the capital of Aceh Province. Located at the westernmost point of Sumatra Island, the province is rich with tradition, cultures, language, and natural resources. The university is also known as the heart of Acehnese, Jantung Hati Rakyat Aceh. It is the oldest university in Aceh, officially established on September 2, 1961. Universitas Syah Kuala was named after an Islamic scholar of Aceh, Abdul Rauf bin Ali Al-Jawi Asingkili, who is also known as Tengku Syah Kuala. He established an Islamic education center at River Mount in Banda Aceh, which later became an education institution. During this time, he gave great contribution to the education value and Islamic law and regulation in Aceh. In addition to main campus in Darussalam, Banda Aceh City, Universitas Syah Kuala has also established a second campus in the district of Gayo Luas. The campus is called Program Studi di Luar Kampus Utama, PSDKU. Universitas Syah Kuala has 12 faculties and a postgraduate school, Faculty of Economic and Business, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Faculty of Nursing, and Faculty of Dentistry. All these 12 faculties together offer 135 study programs of different levels: diploma programs, undergraduate programs, profession programs, specialist programs, master programs, and doctoral programs. With various facilities and programs being over, Universitas Shah Kuala now hosts more than 32,000 students from various regions in Indonesia and overseas. The university have received numerous awards from its achievement at both the international and the international levels. For example, with Malim Dewa electric car, Universitas Shah Kuala recently won as the second fastest team to complete technical inspection in the electric class at a prestigious competition in Asia, the Shell Eco Marathon Asia competition. In the research area, the university has also developed a good reputation at the national and the international levels through its excellent research and research centers. Such as Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center and Atsiri Research Center. Universitas Shah Kuala also published numerous scientific journals. Some of them have been indexed by SINTA, Indonesian Citation Index, as Quarter 1 and 2 journals. One of the university journals, Study in English Language and Education Journal, SEALI, has recently been indexed by Scopus, one of the most reputable journal indexing and citation database in scientific world. Universitas Shah Kuala have actively participated in several collaborative programs with several countries in Asia and Europe. These include Erasmus Mobility and Capacity Building Program, IMTGT University Network Programs, and Erasmus Plus Program. Universitas Shah Kuala also have numerous national and international collaborations with universities and companies across the globe. Through this collaboration, the university has successfully organized various academic and non-academic events which have improved the university's national and international reputation. The joint research and publication programs, exchange program, internship programs, disaster and cultural summer camps, and humanitarian program are among many others. Universitas Shah Kuala does not only focus on improving the quality of academic activities within the campus, but also proudly offers service to the communities. The tasks are assigned to 3 units at the university: the Office of International Affairs, Career Development Center, and Entrepreneurship Center. These units help students, staff, and alumni to expand their experience in academic, business, and beyond. Therefore, Universitas Shah Kuala has always appreciated and placed at the top priorities all partnership and collaboration, and has managed to make the university what it is today. The university continuously strives to improve the quality of its academic activities, research development, humanitarian work, and the quality and quantity of scientific publications to achieve its vision to become the leading university in Asia and to become the world-class institution.
Universitas Syah Kuala, universitas yang inovatif, mandiri dan terkemuka, menuju Innovation Socio-Technopreneur University.
Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the welcoming speech, I would like to invite the chairman of the International Conference, Mr. Irwandi, PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful, may be peace, the mercy and the blessing of Allah be upon you. Honorable Director General of the Higher Education Ministry, Education and Culture, Honorable Rector of Universitas Syah Kuala, Honorable Keynote Speaker, Honorable the invitation guests, Honorable all the conference committee, Honorable of conference participants, the chairman of conference, I would like to warmly welcome our distinguished speaker and participants from all over Indonesia and overseas to our conference. We are indeed honored to have you in this virtual platform with us. The first SYSTEM 2020 International Conference is a forum of information distribution, scientific discussion of literature, research, technology. It is the first conference conducted by STEM Research Center, Syah Kuala University. The university hosts in the conjunction with the MTGT United STEM meeting. This virtual conference features distinguished speakers from Indonesia and around the globe, namely Professor Egina Akitna from Rutgers University, the USA, Professor Goran Planinsic from University of Ljubljana, Slovenia, Professor Datuk Nur Aini, Chair of STEM Movement Malaysia, Professor Nasir Mansur from Exeter University, UK and Egypt, Professor Tom Lowry from Canberra University, Australia, Professor Chiro Kagawa from Fukui University, Japan, Dr. Carol O'Donnell, Director of Smithsonian Science Education Center, the USA, Dr. Indrawati, Director of Siamio Kitab in Science, Indonesia, Associate Professor Rachel Sheffield from Curtin University, Australia. It is a great honor for us to host 234 participants who are going to present the research findings. The presenters are from different backgrounds as well as different countries such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, China, Hungary, Nigeria, Macedonia, and the USA. For Indonesia participants, our presenters are from 46 institutions across the country. On the behalf of the organization committee and STEM Research Center of Universitas Syah Kuala, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all members of the organizing committee, the International Scientific Committee, the reviewer for their exceptional effort to organize the conference successfully. I hope that all attendants enjoy and benefit from this conference, and we look forward to have a successful conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Director of Syah Kuala University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Samsul Rizal M.Eng, to deliver the welcoming speech and special presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and most merciful, may the peace, the mercy, and the blessing of Allah be upon you. Honorable Director General of Higher Education, Minister of Education and Culture, Professor Dr. Nizam MSc PhD, Honorable keynote speakers, Honorable invitation guests, Honorable Chairman and all the conference committee, Honorable all respected conference and participants, I would like to express special thanks to the keynote speakers, Professor Eugenia Edkina from Rutgers University, USA, Professor Gozat Planisnik from University of Ljubljana, Slovenia, Professor Datuk Noraini Idris, Chair of National STEM Movement, Malaysia, Professor Nasir Mansur from Exeter University, the UK and Egypt, Professor Tom Lowry from Canberra University, Australia, Professor Kiichiro Kagawa from Fuku University, Japan, Dr. Carol O'Donnell, Director of Smithsonian Science Education Center, the USA, Dr. Indrawati, Director of CMEO CITIP in Science Indonesia, Associate Professor Raquel Seville from Curtin University, Australia. On behalf of Syah Kuala University, I would like to express my appreciation and welcome all of you the first C-STEM 2020 International Conference in conjunction with the EMTGT UniNet STEM meeting. As one of the universities in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Group Triangle University Network, we realize that the advancement of digital technology has changed the knowledge and skill needed in workplace. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Education has been proven to help students develop critical thinking, creativity, culture awareness, collaboration, and problem solving, the skills that are needed the most in the world of work today. The importance of STEM education to prepare our graduates to enter workplace should not negate the importance of studying STEM subject for the sake of seeking knowledge and developing the disciplines of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Therefore, C-STEM 2020 were designed to be scientific meeting for all scholars who are working in STEM field, as well as those who are working in STEM education fields. We hope C-STEM 2020 and EMTGT UniNet STEM meeting will strengthen and expand international cooperation networks in order to develop and preserve the theme of science and technology, which is one of the missions of Universitas Syah Kuala. Hopefully, the output of this conference will be provided new thoughts, idea, inspiration of us to improve the STEM education in Indonesia as well as in Southeast Asia. It is hoped that all parties who may benefit from the conference can apply it to advance the research and practice in their field. Last but not the least, my gratitude goes to the organizing committee and all parties that have directly and indirectly supported this conference. In this difficult time due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the committee has organized the vibrant scientific program. Is working very hard to present highly respected and international well-known speakers. Although we try our finest to be a professional on behalf of the Rector of Universitas Syah Kuala, please accept our sincere apologies should there the inconvenience that occur before, during, and after event. I wish you very productive conference with existing and encouraging discussion and exchange of knowledge so that together we can anticipate the future of groundbreaking sciences, technologies, and education. May Allah bless us all with good health to make this event successfully and enjoyable one. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver welcoming speech and conference opening remarks, I cordially invite Professor Insinyur Nizam MSc DIC PhD, the Director General of Higher Education Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. May peace, mercy, and blessing of Allah be upon us all. Prosperous greeting to all of you. Honorable Rector of Universitas Syah Kuala, Prof. Samsul Rizal, honorable keynote speakers, invited guests, chairman, and all the conference committee, and respected conference participants. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone for this auspicious event, and I'm grateful that during this COVID-19 pandemic, we have developed a new culture of online scientific meetings, which enable us all to keep working, doing research, doing learning and educations, and also publish our works. I hope all of us and the world will survive this pandemic, and together we will create a new wonderful world for everyone. In the past 5 months, we are even more productive than before. In my record, there are more than 1,600 inventions and innovations came out from our universities, especially for medical equipments. Many already passed clinical trials and goes into productions. This is something that we never envisaged before. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the rapid change of technology have brought us to the fourth industrial revolutions. Cyber physical integrations. Machines are becoming more and more powerful and even more and more smarter. They can talk to each other. Ray Kurzweil even predicted that in our lifetime, there will be singularity, the crucial moment when machines become smarter than human being. As experienced in the previous industrial revolutions, the world of work will change, and it is changing. Old skills and competencies are obsolete, while new skills and competencies are expected into the workplace. That's why McKinsey predicted that even in Indonesia, more than 23 million jobs will be disappear in the next 10 years due to automations, due to the more and more powerful machine learning, artificial intelligence. But there are potential of double that number, 46 million jobs that can be created, that will emerge as a result of human creativity and the development of science and technology. The existence of artificial intelligence has enabled machines to do certain tasks that are currently only possible to be executed by humans. Smart machines are predicted to have the ability to analyze, making decisions, and create design faster than human being. If we do not anticipate the future, we will have graduates that are not ready or doesn't fit into the future of jobs. New competencies are emerging that needs different way of training and acquiring knowledge. The Industrial Revolution forced us to reform our education system. Now we have what we call Education 4.0 era in response to the Industrial Revolution 4.0 and in anticipation for the Society 5.0. We should examine our curriculum so it will not obsolete and to prepare our students to be workplace ready as well as to be future proof. The rapid change of knowledge and technology make it very difficult for us to prepare or to predict what skills and competencies are needed in the future. Therefore, we have to shape the prescriptive curriculum that we currently familiar with into more flexible and open way of learning where students can have the flexibility to prepare their future, to gain their competencies, not only from very prescriptive and restricted study program, but to learn from as many resources as it might need, and also to prepare them with the word of work. That is the spirit of Kampus Merdeka, Merdeka Belajar, or the freedom of learning and the independent campus. Through experiential learning, students will be enabled not only to learn from within campus, to sit at the same classroom, to meet the same lecture, but also to learn from the place where they will be developing their career, whether that is in the industry or in the bureaucracy or in the professional world that they will be entering when they graduate. So early exposure to the world of professional work will benefit students with needed competencies and together with the industry, with the world of work to create the future. The new curriculum are expected to prepare students to become an independent learners, agile learners, to be able to design and prepare their future based on their passion, their aspirations, their talents, and their potential to develop in the future. So the self-directed learning with multiple pathways have to be in place in the new curriculum we are developing. The focus of the curriculum should be on the learning outcomes. What are the learning outcomes of our educations is actually um, aimed at as the objective of the higher education study. Almost 100 years ago, Ki Acharya Wantoro, the founding fathers of modern education in Indonesia, emphasized the importance of independent learners. Way before Ivan Illich published the schooling, Ki Acharya Wantoro already emphasized the importance of independent learners as the output or the outcome of educations. We have to prepare our students to become independent learners with strong cultural and characters building. So in terms of the curriculum, I think it's better to use the definition of Kelly's, where the curriculum is not only a set of lecture, a set of training by professors, but the whole experience, collection of experience experienced by students during their study, not only from within the university, but also from outside of the campus. So in order to achieve that learning outcomes, we should plan and design our curriculum that enables students to learn not only from the classroom in the campus, but also to learn from other places with the guidance of their lecturers, of course. So the role of lecturer is not the source of information, the source of knowledge, but as a co-pilot of students to find their future, to navigate into the uh, very dynamic world and prepare them to become agile learners. As Peter Drucker suggested, that the best way to predict the future is to create it. So we jointly with the word of word create the future of our students. So with the first development of science and technology, the competencies become rapidly obsolete. So, but one of the more important competencies that would weather the storm of change is strong math and science foundations. Math and science are the foundations of the all competencies. Although the branches of science and application of science can be very wide, but the foundations, the root is the same. So mastery in math and science as the foundations of all disciplines will be more and more important. In this digital era, everyone also have to have certain proficiencies in digital literacy. New competencies such as big data, machine learning, which are based on math and pure science, are gaining importance. Training in science and technology, engineering and math, or STEM, will become very important foundations in the very dynamic features that we are facing current situations with the vulnerable, uncertain, complex, and ambiguity future. Strong STEM foundations become more and more relevant. I hope this conference will be an enjoyable one to exchange informations, to exchange ideas, and to further develop STEM educations and STEM itself for the strengthening of our students' competencies in facing with the very dynamic world. I congratulate all of you for your commitment and active participation in this conference, and I wish you all success and fruitful discussion through this conference. Finally, in the name of Allah, God, the most gracious, most merciful, I declare that the first Southeast Asia Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics International Conference 2020 or SISTEM 2020 is formally open. I would like to acknowledge the support from USAID and other donor and sponsors for this conference. And once again, all the best of success for the conference. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the warm speech. And this is the mark that the first SISTEM 2020 International Conference is officially started. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have the online photo session. The committee will capture the screen, so I would like to remind you to turn on your camera and get ready. All right, finish. Now we will have break and we will continue our agenda at 10 past 10 in the morning. All right, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. ladies and gentlemen, to begin the keynote session, I would like to invite Dr. Kismullah SPDM Appling as the moderator.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan syukran lillah, salatan wa salaman ala rasulillah, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the first keynote session of the 2020 C-STEM International Conference at Chiakuala University. My name is Kismullah. And today I have the honor to introduce our keynote speaker and moderate the session. First of all, thank you for all participants for joining this session on time. And I am wishing you all health and happiness amid this pandemic time. I'd like to especially thank our keynote speaker, Professor Datuk Dr. Nuraini Idris, who has also joined us today from Malaysia. Thank you, Professor. Okay, some housekeeping rules for the audience and participants. All audience will be muted during the session. If the audience want to ask the question later, please write it down in the chat box. And please follow the format: your name, your country, and then your affiliation, and then followed by your questions. Please make your question brief and clear. So that will make sure that your question will be forwarded to our keynote speaker. And the talk for today will be 35 to 40 minutes, and then followed by 5 to 10 minute Q&A session. Now, please bear with me for a few minutes while I'm reading our keynote speaker's resume. Our keynote speaker for this session is Professor Datuk Dr. Nuraini Idris. She is many things, as I learned. She is the chairperson of Malaysia's National STEM Movement, and she is also president of IMTGT Uninet STEM, founder of Asia Pacific STEM Roundtable, and advisor to STEM Center at the University of Malaya. And in addition to that, she is also a Fulbright Fellow, an educator, of course, and a consultant, a heavyweight researcher, and a heavyweight researcher. This is in the way that she has been involved in many major research projects. And a little bit about her educational background. She attended University of Malaya for undergraduate study. Then she did both her master's and PhD degrees at the Ohio State University, and that is in the United States of America. And upon returning home to Malaysia, Professor Nuraini Idris has been offered many important leadership positions, including Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation at Sultan Idris Education University, probably for many Indonesians that's known as UPSI, and also the Dean of Faculty of Education at the University of Malaya. Professor Nuraini has presented and published many papers, articles in the field of STEM education. She is the principal investigator for a government-funded research project entitled Development of Teacher Education Model for Preparing Quality Teachers for Future Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math. That's STEM. And she has collaborated with many international researchers, such as from researchers from UNESCO, British Council, the Sumitomo, Japan, and researchers from several universities in Australia. Professor Noraini Idris is an active research member of Classroom for Teaching and Learning of Mathematics, which is a part of an international collaboration between Malaysia, USA, Germany, Spain, and China. And her research areas of interest, as you may have known, includes mathematics education, teacher education, computer-assisted assessment, higher education, and comparative education. Prof. Noraini Idris is the international editorial advisor and reviewer for Journal of Mathematics, which is, I think, based in the United States. Then, for her contribution to STEM research, movement, and campaign, Professor Noraini Idris has received many awards. Gold medal at ITEX 2005, that's in Geneva, for Minority Young Scholars Project. Then Best Award at MTE 2007 and 2009 for a system that she's developed for school-based assessment. And higher education gold medal, again, at ITEX in 2011, 2013, 2014. This is for module that she's developed for teacher education. And then an award from Japan in Japan Intellectual Property Association, that's in 2018 for STEM leadership. And in that same year, she received International Education Award in Visionary Leadership category. And the most recent one, she received an award from the Republic of Croatia, that's in 2019, for her outstanding and excellent leadership in STEM. That is quite an impressive resume, I think, and a lot of awards, Professor. But I believe that Professor Noraini deserves this more than anyone else, I think, for her dedication to and leadership in STEM, which I think is driven by her firm belief that STEM subjects are ways forward and of vital importance to the future of industry. And today, she is going to talk about STEM education as a catalyst for change, in which one of her arguments is that STEM education is going to produce a workforce of problem solvers in the future. So let's not wait any further. Let us invite the first keynote speaker of 2020 C-STEM International Conference, Professor Dr. Noraini Idris. And Professor, you have 35 to 40 minutes for talk, and then will be followed by discussion. Professor, the floor is yours. Professor, I think that was fine before. Okay. All right. Now you have a lot of slides on the screen. Probably you have to go to slideshow. That is at the right bottom right corner, I think. I can hear you properly, but I think it went fine. It was going fine. I think you can continue, yeah? Yeah, okay, all right. Sorry about the technical issues, Professor.
And mathematics is the integration of the various technologies and engineering. So STEM incorporates all the technology that engage science and mathematics. This is defined by the National STEM Movement in 2016. Okay, in line with the STEM definition, we have a STEM skill. So when we see the STEM skill for the fourth industrial revolution, when way back in 2020, the complex problem solving is number one. Now in 2020, the complex problem solving is still number one. So in order to become the STEM to become the catalyst, we have to produce our citizen, our community to make sure that they be able to become a complex problem solver. For instance, a lot of graduates now go for the interview. So they don't be asked question about what do you learn at the university, what can they do, no more. They are asking, okay, let's say my company now, I want to produce a product on food, that healthy food. So when if you're coming as my scientist or my company, what can you do? This is the type of question been asking by a lot of industry for prepare for the graduates. But a lot of our graduates, they're not able to answer this type of question. They are not ready. So that's why now, when we are in university, whether we are in school, the way we are teaching should be very different now. We have to train, not only teaching them about calculus, for instance, about differentiation. In mathematics, we are not only teaching them y is equal to 2x plus 1, dy dx is equal to 2. The children or the student not able to see how is this concept be able to link up with the everyday life. So the complex problem solving, they must know about the global changes in the world just now, the global challenges. So if we see in 2015, the critical thinking is number 4. Now in 2020, the critical thinking become number 2. So we need a lot of our citizens of the future to make sure that they are able for critical thinking to reflect what they must do. We don't want people that just come to the work and waiting to be instructed. No, we need people that be able to challenge our situation and then find out what are the things. And if we see in 2015, number 10 is the creativity. But now in 2020, the creativity is up to number 3. So all these skills, STEM skill, the STEM is a discipline of knowledge. They must be strong in the content of physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics. But in order for our people the community to become the catalyst of the country, to make sure that also they balance with this skill for the post-industrial revolution. So in the sense that now we want to produce our future citizen that they are able to become prosumer, in the sense that prosumer, they are not only waiting for to receive, to use only, to buy. No, we want them to become complex problem solver. We want to make sure that they be able to have a critical thinking and then creativity, so they can come out with some innovation. Just like what in Malaysia, our national STEM is doing on a lot of project on mentoring, where the university become the mentor, the mentee, the student. So we guide them how to love STEM, science, mathematics. At the same time, we're encouraging our students from young to come out with the innovation. Similarly, I observe in Singapore, some of the students even at the secondary school level, they already become millionaire because their assignment, their way of teaching, they work together between the lecturer or the teacher and the industry partner. So when they assign a workshop, they assign assignment that of use of today. What are in the technology? What is in the food processing? And then how they can come out with some products that being patented and then they can sell. So this is the way forward. How we want to make sure that our citizen of the future make STEM as the catalyst to face all this fourth industrial revolution. And then we in Malaysia, we also see that there's a mismatch, the knowledge types of imbalances. So these are the things that we are worried about. So from here, from this data, I think we can get it from OECD report in 2019. I'm sure what facing by Malaysia is facing by other countries too, where we teach differently at the university, but outside there is requiring a different type of knowledge. The circle in orange is the OECD skill for jobs requirement, and the blue is in for Malaysian data. So if you can see here, if there's a the knowledge type imbalances, so it's very difficult for us to cope up, to become innovative country, and to make sure that our community are very happy with what their the education to produce the future youth in all these balance type of knowledge. For instance, now people are going for computer electronics. If you can see computer electronics data, OECD country required 0.3, whereas Malaysia still at 0.1. So the knowledge key types of imbalances here indicated that we still need to look at our curriculum at the university level. What are we going to change? How are we going to make sure that the graduates or the student at school level we are producing, they are compatible, they are being relevant to the today's requirement. Okay. And then we also, from the OECD report, there's a lot of shortage and misalignment. So if all this occur, and we cannot see STEM as the catalyst for the 21st century, we have to make sure that the alignment is in correct reference for the skill job. Yeah. Okay, and then some of the success initiative under National STEM Movement and the University STEM Centers. National STEM Movement and National STEM Association, now our NGO also, we open also under NGO, National STEM Association, and we work closely with several university STEM center. Not only the universities, we also work closely with the the school STEM centers. So we encouraging throughout the Malaysian to make sure that we work hand in hand. One of the successful initiative is the project STEM Mentor Mentee since 2015. So this we have been continuously before this project STEM Mentor Mentee has been reintroduced. We noticed that the number of students in the pure sciences class, where they are taking at Form 4 level, taking AdMaths, additional mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, is very, very few of them throughout the whole country. So after we conducted this project STEM Mentor Mentee, since 2015, we have seen this increment in the number of students, would like to take pure sciences. And we also very fortunate that we work together with the industry. So the industry also guides our mentor when the mentor is from the university, the mentee is from the school. So we work closely together following our STEM pipeline, as I showed you earlier. So Alhamdulillah, we have seen the improvement, and we are still continuing and conducting now. Except that before that, we're doing it a lot face to face. We go down to the school, but now we do it all online. It's a challenging, it's a new normal, but somehow or other we have to make sure that our mentor keep on motivating themselves and to motivate their sisters and brother, their mentee at school level. The second initiative is the STEM Ambassador. The STEM Ambassador is the university student taking elective courses like STEM literacy, the coding, all those courses related to STEM, to make sure that they see what is the current, what's happening at the outside there in the industry. So all these students, the STEM Ambassador, not necessarily they are from the science courses, but they can also from other courses. Instead, some of them from law faculty also can sign up for the STEM literacy, because we want to encourage all other career also, future careers, because of these students at the university, to take up and to know more what is the STEM, and then how important is that. Not only in the if they want to become a doctor, but if they want to become a lawyer, if they want to become an educator, they also need to know about STEM. The third initiative that our National STEM Movement and National STEM Association has conducted is a mini theatre STEM. We are focusing more on the lower income and the middle income group, because they want to see learning of STEM more fun. Even though we said theatre here, they have to dramatize the problem of the products that they invent, and then how they invent it, then showcase it at the theatre. But before that, we also we send a lot of facilitator to do the coaching and to do the guide from the student to make sure that they are able to see how beautiful science. We have a successful story, quite a number, just to share with the audience today. We have one school last year that come out with how to produce a jam using watermelon. So they come out with a healthy jam. They work, the student work together with their biology, their chemistry, their physics teacher. Not only that, they also work together with the industry, how to package their product, how to commercialize their product. So, two of the last year of the mini theater STEM, we have bring them to ASEAN Youth Innovation competition, and Alhamdulillah, both of them has won the award. Not only that, they also have some connection and collaboration with the industry to buy their product. So this is the way forward in Malaysia. We want to make sure that a lot of students, educators, and parents, also are invited to join. So this is the thing that in Malaysia we really want to make that STEM is not a difficult subject, but STEM is very useful in everyday life, in the economics, to make sure that they become the complex problem solver, they can become the innovative. And then the fourth one, we also, as in our STEM pipeline, we must start from young. That's why we have a project called Young Scientists. Yeah, Scientists Kanak-Kanak. So Scientists Kanak-Kanak is linked now by University Malaysia Sabah. They have a lot, they also focusing how to make fun as early as young childhood. So this, we have seen a lot of children, they really fun, they know about STEM as early as 4 years old, 5 years old. So we have exposed them. So when we follow all these success stories, we can see that they are really enjoying it. They see STEM is not a memorizing subject. STEM is not a hard subject, but it's a fun subject, because there's several modules, all our universities and also school, together with the industry, who came out with good modules to make sure that a lot of community will be able to use that to help the country. The fifth one is STEM and agriculture. Because in Malaysia, we have a lot of land. Even in school now, we also ask the school to utilize whatever space for them to learn, to grow some hydroponics plant, to do it in the school. So Alhamdulillah, we have seen that some of the school has produced a lot of vegetables, and they sell it to the teachers, to the parents. So we not only STEM and the agriculture there and the hydroponics, but they plant all those vegetables in a healthy way, and then they commercialize it. So this is the way forward of the 21st century learning that we inculcate through our education. And then we have seen that a lot of the children really enjoy when they do on this project. And okay, so as I said just now, it's still ongoing now since 2015. The STEM mentor mentee, we have about 10 universities all over, about 12, right? All over the country. And then we have a mix of preschool, primary school, secondary school. So you can see that all the students, all the teachers, they are very happy to see. And I also would like to highlight here, University of Malaysia Terengganu has done tremendous work to do this project mentor mentee, to the extent that they open up the Asasi STEM, the foundation STEM at their university, so that they be able to supply the products from their foundation to the first year on STEM. Uh, when they first introduced the center, it's only about 60 students coming, but because of our mentoring project just now, UMT has done a great job here. Now, recently, they are getting 250 foundation STEM, all excellent students. Not only they excellent in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, but they're also excellent in reciting Al-Quran, and they also blend between knowledge of STEM and also knowledge on Al-Quran to make sure that there's a unique in their learning of science, technology, engineering, and academy. And similarly, all other universities have their own business, but University Malaysia Terengganu has done real tremendous and congratulate them. And University of Malaysia Sabah specialized in young scientists. So normally every year we celebrate a few thousand young children attended at the gathering in UMS. But because of this year pandemic, we'll do a lot online. But what we see is that a lot of young children, they really enjoy it. They really see the beauty of science and mathematics through all these projects. And now they do it mostly online, and they do all their at home. And then these are some of the smart learning activities that we conducted also with the help of the different universities. Some of the universities are focusing on robotics and coding, so we see that the student is really looking forward to connect it, because we don't want them just to have fun, but also must make sure that they be able to learn about the concepts of science, the mathematics, the physics, chemistry, when they conducted this. Because without strong in the understanding of the mathematical and science concept, they are not able to come out with some and innovate. We don't want them to become a follower. We don't want them just to buy things, but we want the future of Malaysia to be able to make sure that this STEM is really the catalyst of the 21st activities. So these are the things that we look forward to. And of course, in our class, we also allow them to use gadgets like calculator graphic. Because nowadays there's a lot of big data to be, and supply chains and so forth. So all these gadgets we expose from young to make sure that less time is used not only to draw the graph by calculating mentally, but all those graphs can be tabulated and can be drawn using gadgets. So more time can be spent in the classroom for communication, for creativity, for decision making. For instance, once we calculate the mean or the standard deviation, we can ask the student whether they decide to buy Mercedes Benz or BMW car, and why, and how. So all these can be make the learning of STEM more fun in the classroom, and can be able to become a critical thinker, and also be able to become a see that now a lot of all over the world have been using QR code. Everything now is free, and then lots of activity all use technology. So this is the things that STEM playing very important role in helping not to use this area, but we must encourage them to program their future platform, how they want to use, something like this in a more simpler way, more profitable. And then, of course, you know that world is becoming complex. So, in order to be successfully driven, not only what we know, but by what we can do with what we know. So, in the sense that it's a dual. You want a inventor. You want people that are passionate to invent, to innovate. So if you can see that Einstein, before he produced, get the formula E is equal to mc squared, he has done several.
Sorry to remind you that then we can have more discussion. Thank you.
Okay. So in order to help science and mathematics, etc., well, just now, so this is the make sure that we will emphasize that. And then, of course, in Malaysia, we also use the one of the universities, Sultan Uniza in Terengganu also. They come out with good, how to rear and all these things. So this also we share with the school to make sure that not only in agriculture but also in the animals rearing and so forth. Yeah. Okay. So we have fun activities at early childhood, and we have to be prepared to think deeply and to become innovators, educators, researchers, and leaders. This is to assess quality STEM learning opportunities, and then innovative mind. Let them explore, let them do a lot of all this competition. Let them, give them some recycled material, and some we buy the materials to make them more innovative. So this is the way forward that happening in the teaching and learning now. And of course, there's a lot of this one propeller car, flash bottle. So some are recycled materials can be used. But all this must encourage our students to do it, to think themselves. We don't guide them, to make sure that they are the way forward to become the inventor. So the environment we have to create, the assessments and learning should be different now to make sure that they become the complex problem solving. And then of course the creative gardening. Some people say they don't have land. Well, you can do vertical gardens. So we had done that. The student enjoying while they do it, they learn something related to agriculture. So this is also another, so the kids really enjoy it, and then Learning is beautiful and it touches our heart. We communicate and communicate with each other to make sure that STEM is really fun, STEM is really, but they have to explore. They have to do it. They cannot just sit in the class. They, all those the activities that I've shown will make STEM learning beautiful. So with that, thank you very much. So I'll pass back to our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Most inspiring talk, I think, and with a beautiful closing as well, I think. Thank you so much. And now we've got 5 to 10 minutes left for our question and answer session. And I think the most important point is the clarification of what STEM really means earlier by Professor Nuraini, that the focus is to promote STEM to as early as possible to our pupils, our children. All right, so we are taking questions from participants now. And I think the first question that has come up to our screen is from Mr. Faisal Manurung from Universitas Asahan. And the question is, how does Malaysia government see the COVID-19 problem in education, and what is the solution to the teaching problem? So there's one question from Mr. Faisal Manurung. And then the second question, the second question is Rosmiati from Syekh Kuala University, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. And her question is how to apply STEM in early age students. This is a very general question, but I think we need some sort of insight from you, Professor. I think let's Professor Nuraini answer these two questions first, and then we'll see if got time, and then we'll continue to the next round of questions. Professor?
The first question, how does Malaysian government see the COVID-19 problem? This is a very good question where majority of there's a lot of online teaching happening. And then we also encourage doing a lot of workshop. The teacher doing workshop with the student online. Even National STEM also doing workshop with we invite several coaching, several people that do guide all these student workshop. But we understand that because our country is very, we have 14 states. Some are in the urban, some is in the rural. So there's a challenge also with the internet. So those with the challenge in the internet, we send them a recording of our teaching and learning for STEM. This is to make sure that there's no child left from the learning of STEM. We'll try to accommodate with the different situation to make sure that the teaching of STEM is not being left out, in Malaysia. So we have our Minister of Education is really working very hard to make sure that all majority of our students still learning, especially for the STEM. All right. For the second question, how to apply STEM in early age student? Mostly in the early age student in Malaysia, under our project Young Scientists, what do we do is that we design a lot of fun modules. Our modules not only be conducted in classroom, but also conducted outside the classroom, especially in the agriculture. We train our young children as early as 5, 6 years old to start planting their own vegetables, their own flower, and then they learn how the science of the concept of science, the concept of mathematics. And then when they do the coding, the color coding and all these things, that is related to mathematics. So we link up a simple way to make them learning, fun. And now with this COVID, we also now myself with the University of Malaysia Sabah and with the Dr. Koni, we come out with a STEM COVID-19 module, where inside there there's a science, and then how they clean up their hand with the soap and everything, and then how they take care of the health. We get them doing all this activity. At the same time, there's a question being asked in the module. So the teachers, the parents will be able to use our STEM COVID-19 modules, not only for hygienic, but also for moral, the community moral to take care of each other's health. So it's still in the process of implementation now, but the module is already ready. We call it STEM COVID-19. So we take, yes, all these STEM can be applied as early age. They are really enjoy it, all right? And I saw there's also another question there from Ibu Rini, ya. Bagaimana menerapkan STEAM pada siswa selama pembelajaran di rumah? So here in Malaysia, under National STEM Association and Movement and the University STEM Center, we do a lot of online coaching. We don't only invite professors to talk, but we also invite a lot of industry to link what they can do on the science project, science activity, the innovation. So what we notice is that the students enjoy it, and then they need to do some research also to make sure that the STEM they don't, all those important concept, whatever field they are doing. For instance, like SISWA, they are doing on programming. So we connect them with people specialized in the programming industry to talk online to make sure that they are continuously being helping. But sometimes the line might not be clear or whatnot. We record it, and then they can see, again, or if they not have the opportunity to follow online live, they can also learn through the activity. The recording. Yes. And then.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. I think we, as much as we want to hear from you, Professor, we would like to hear from you more, but we have limited time for our session. Inshallah, we'll meet in some other occasion later. I think your insights are very inspiring. It's very inspiring talk. You're sharing experience, and then the initiatives that you have laid out that have been done by Malaysia. I think this can be models for other countries probably to replicate. Maybe I think. And also in terms of our approach to education, as you indicated, probably this is the time to reassess probably our approach to education and promote more STEM to our schooling, and especially at the very early age, so that to channel that pipeline, as you mentioned at the beginning of your talk. Well. I honestly wanted to hear more, but maybe in some other time. Thank you. We really appreciate your time for today, Professor Datuk Dr. Nuraini Idris. It's always inspiring. This is the first time I listened to your talk, but this is probably the first of many times later, I believe. And finally, once again, thank you so much, and thank you for participants for asking the question and for tuning in. With focus today to Professor Nuraini's talk. I hope that there are many things that we can take home, we can take away from this. Thank you once again, everyone. Akhirul Kalam. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for Allah for His blessing and salawat for the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome everyone to the second keynote session of the first C-STEM International Conference. My name is Elizar, and it is an honor to be the moderator for this session. This session will be 45 minutes with 40 minutes presentation and 5 to 10 minute discussion. Later, you can ask questions to the keynote speaker by typing in the chat section. Don't forget to mention your name, country with the question. And also, please make it brief. Before we start the keynote session, let me briefly explain our keynote speaker bio. Professor Tom Lawrie is a centenary professor at the University of Canberra and director of the STEM Education Research Centre, or SERC. Before moving into research, Professor Lawrie was a primary school teacher. Over the last 20 years, his research has focused on primary age students' use of spatial reasoning and visual imagery to solve mathematics problems, and the role of nature graphics in mathematics assessment. With his well-established international profile, Professor Lawrie has attracted more than 16 million Australian dollars in nationally competitive research projects, including 5 ARC Discovery grants, a Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade Government Partnership for Development grant. He is currently leading the Early Learning STEM Australia, or ELSA pilot, funded by the Australian Government Department of Education and Training under the National Innovation and Science Agenda. It is exciting that we have Professor Tom Lawrie with us today. So without further ado, please welcome Professor Tom Lawrie.
The presentation that I'm going to describe today is to talk about STEM in a different manner than what some people actually envisage the conceptualization of the acronym. So as we all know, the acronym for STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But the manner in which I want to try and present the material today is to talk to you about how we have to think about STEM in a different way. And at the work that we do at our centre here in Australia, and indeed in many countries across the world, is to speak about STEM as a practice. And I'm going to talk about what that means and the way in which that's described as we go through the keynote today. And of course, at the end of the keynote, I will welcome some suggestions from you, because I'm hoping to learn more from you than what you will learn from me today. So in a normal context or situation, we think about STEM, as I mentioned before, associated with 4 discipline areas. And those discipline areas are both important to the whole concept of what STEM is about, but they're also very important in their own right. And if I got you to think about an image of a STEM practitioner and the way in which STEM professionals would engage with their learning, those images would not be surprising to you. So often we think a scientist works in a laboratory, and often we think about important technology companies, many in Asia who are some of the most famous in the world, but also technology companies across the world that we've become accustomed to doing our daily lives with. If we think about an engineer, often we think about them having a hard hat on. Sometimes that hat's white, as in this photo, but other times it might well be a yellow hat for safety And of course, most people think about mathematics as algorithms and procedures and concepts. So that would not be of any surprise to you, and that connectivity is very much about how we try to speak about STEM in a school perspective. But what I want to try to do today is challenge you differently to think about STEM as a practice. And so the first disruption that we'd like to think about from that perspective is to think about how STEM actually engages in our daily lives. And Professor Dato was actually talking about this very well in the last keynote, where she was saying that in order for STEM to be important to children and to important to individuals, it's actually critical that they have some meaning that's outside their normal environment. Professor talked about how the STEM engagement had to be fun, but she also talked about the manner in which that engagement has to be relevant to things that don't just happen in school, but happen outside of school. So if we look at that first image up there, if in an agricultural setting, for example, all across the world now, people in agriculture have to engage in STEM very differently than what they once did. In fact, because of things like climate change and because of the fact that food has become the most important source now across the world, it means that people have to actually produce food now, not just for themselves, which would have happened 200 or 300 years ago, but people now are producing food for other people whom are not able to produce that food. So that whole concept is changing. If you look about the people, particularly in Indonesia, many motorbikes in Indonesia. One of the things that I always fondly remember about Indonesia, the people who are actually fixing the motorbikes, mechanics, they have to think about STEM very differently than what they once did. And as computers and as technology changes, the way in which a mechanic has to think about fixing an engine now on a motorcycle is much different than what it once was. If you look at another farming example down below now, because of biosecurity and because of the importance of trying to have healthy animals, the structuring of how a farm is set up is very different. And you can even take that perspective if you go further, say to somebody who's actually engaging with the technology of developing shoes. Okay, so once upon a time, a shoe didn't have very much technology embedded in it at all, but now people expect a whole range of different things to be able to go through. So the whole framing of what STEM looks like shouldn't just be considered in relation to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Those four disciplines are very important to STEM, and we need those four disciplines to thrive, but we have to think about how they connect in not just an integrated manner, but a much broader sense. And so what I'm advocating in this keynote is that we think about STEM very differently and think about setting the children up for success as citizens after school, as well as the important deep learning they need to undertake within a school environment. So what does this actually mean? Kind of from the perspective, if you look up what in say the Oxford Dictionary, what the definition of practice is, often you will see the definition of a practice is an idea, it's a method, and it's a value. Okay, so it normally has three components to it, this notion of a practice. And so what we have done in our team is think about the definition of a practice and embedded that along what sorts of characteristics or attributes are critical in terms of a STEM practice. That is, what are the ideas that are common among STEM professions? What are the methods that are common among STEM professions? And what are the values that are common among those STEM professions? And how are those three areas looked upon in a manner that can be connected, that goes just beyond integrating content? And as I'll reiterate many times in this presentation, I'm not suggesting that content is not important. Content is very important, and the depth of content is quite critical. But from a STEM perspective, what we should be doing is thinking about the sorts of attributes or components that make up a person's important knowledge of STEM. And what we're suggesting is that these ideas are very critical, particular methods and particular values. So if you're a scientist, These ideas are always important to you, and those ideas are important to you if you're a mathematician or if you are in technology or indeed an engineer. And the same applies with the methods, and the same applies to those values that are really critical. Having said that, if you're a motorbike mechanic or if you're a industrial farmer or agricultural farmer, there's particular methods and particular ideas and particular values that are important to you too. Now, the content that you need for an engineer is very different than the content you need as a motorcycle mechanic, or indeed very different to what you would need if you're an agriculturalist growing grain or rice or other forms of produce. Similarly, if you're in technology or if you're in mathematics, some of those ideas and methods are quite similar, even though the content remains different. And so the advocation that we're doing is working through this list. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that this list is comprehensive or exhaustive, but what I'm doing is just putting this up as a framework to give you a sense of what we mean by ideas, what we mean by methods, and what we mean by values, and how those three have to link together in order to create a critical way of thinking about STEM. Why does this become important? It becomes important because then we no longer need to change the acronyms. And I'm sure you've heard of many acronyms associated with STEM. A good alternate acronym is STEAM, S-T-E-A-M, the A standing for art or arts. Another acronym is STREAM, S-T-R-E-A-M. Another acronym is STEM with an M on it, so S-T-E-M-M. And that last M, the medical people want to put that on. Okay, so the medical profession thinks that they need to be important too, and they think that the acronym should be STEMM. What we're saying is the acronym isn't as important as the practices. And that's because in order to connect STEM to real world thinking, you have to get these practices right rather than get the content right. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is unpack that framework, that STEM practice framework, and I'm going to describe that framework across 3 case studies that we have undertaken in 3 different continents. One of the continents is Australia, which would be of no surprise to you because that's where I come from. Another continent is North America, and in particular, we're looking at a school in Alaska. And another continent is Asia, and it's looking at some of the work that we have undertaken in Indonesia. So what I'm going to do is describe to you these case studies, and I'm going to show how the STEM of the practice plays out in how these schools have tried to engage with STEM and make sense of STEM learning. Okay, so the first case study that I want to talk about is a school in Australia, and it's in a rural part of Australia, and it's probably about 450 kilometres away from the coast. So it's what's called inland Australia, and it's not in the outback, but it's in an area that's very, very flat. And has only about 60,000 people in the city, which of course is very, very small population in Indonesia, but it's actually quite a large population for a rural town in Australia. And this group of teachers, in this instance in a high school, we're actually using the acronym STEAM. Okay, so I spoke about this acronym before, and that's when sometimes teachers want to actually put art or the arts into their program as well. And the reason they do that, in our view, is because we feel that they're thinking about the way in which learning should take place. So I'm just going to allow you to read in Bahasa the slide there for a moment before I explain a little bit more. So when we went to visit this school, one of the first things that we noticed was that the school changed the learning environment so there was specific STEAM subjects in the school. So this is very unusual in Australia, where a high school had the courage to actually establish a pathway for students to learn about STEM in a manner that was connected across the disciplines. So as it is the case in Indonesia and as it is the case in Malaysia, there actually is not a STEAM curriculum or a STEAM syllabus that's approved by the national body. So there's no Kapapatan in Indonesia, for example, where you have a syllabus that is actually called STEM. You have a syllabus that's about mathematics, there's a syllabus for science, there's a syllabus for technology, but there certainly isn't one actually for engineering either. But this school decided that they would actually reframe some of their learning activities. And what they did was encourage the children to develop in what's called a design and make manner to develop learning activities. And those learning activities were connected to and associated with some real world problems. And so the teachers posed real world problems to the children, and they posed these complex activities the children needed to solve, and they were related to particular real life experiences. So that's one way of a group thinking about and framing their work. And so the second case study is in a very, very different place. And this is actually in Alaska. And so this is right at the top of North America. And as you might know, in a very, very different climate to that of rural Australia, and indeed a very different and much more extreme climate to that you experience in Indonesia. So this school, it actually is in a place called Anchorage, and it was approximately the same size of students as what was in Australia. Okay, so approximately the same amount of students that were engaged in this community as that of that area that I was describing in Australia. So just for a moment, in Bahasa again, I'll just allow you to read that slide. So because climate change is a real issue all over the world, but it's particularly an issue in Alaska because of melting ice caps, children in Alaska are encouraged to think about climate change in very complex ways. And what's interesting, as you can see by the quote from the school district leader, they felt that STEM had to go beyond this idea of content, and they felt that was a very important way of trying to develop an understanding of the work that they're engaging with and the way in which children learn. And they actually mentioned many times in our case study that they were trying to move away from content-driven work in order for children to get inside complex ideas. And as you can see from the description there, they were using the local environment and thinking about the way in which that environment changed. As they turned to winter, the climate changes dramatically. Much more dramatic climate changes than what you would experience in Indonesia. And so as a result, waterways became ice, and those waterways weren't freezing over as much as what they once were. And so the children were having to do quite complex navigating around maps and reading about pathways of water, measuring the temperature of the water and noticing when that water temperature was changing over time. and developing some relatively sophisticated experiments, even though they're only very young children, to describe the way in which their world was connected. And the beauty of this case study was to demonstrate some of the affordances that STEM has in encouraging communities to get together. Because what this school did in Anchorage was encourage community leaders to come in, talk to the children about their occupations and some of the ways that they, in part of their employment, are thinking about really serious STEM ideas. And that provided children with some motivation and also some really important insights into the way in which they could tackle and solve some of the problems they were undertaking. The next case study is in Indonesia. In West Nusa Tenggara, which is a province that my team and I are both very fond of, and we have visited regularly. I think I've actually been to NTB 17 times. So I feel like it's my second home, and I'm very inspired by the communities in NTB, and incredibly inspired also by the teachers and the children. The gurus there are amazing, and they've taught us a great deal. But this school that we visited in particular really changed our mind about how STEM could be enacted and operated from a school perspective. So just for a minute, I'll allow you to read the slide. Now, the vice chairman of the school was a very inspirational person, and he had quite an entrepreneurial bent to his thinking. And his view was that the community and the school should work together very closely, and that part of what they should be able to do is actually provide resources for both the school and the community as part of their engagement with the school learning. And so he, for example, was able to get philanthropic money to come into the school from places such as Sweden and Norway, very wealthy countries who were inspired by the learning program that was taking place in the school within the province. Now, the school was focused on a whole range of really important ideas and concepts. And I'll speak about this this school in more detail in a moment, because of the three case studies, I want to talk about one in detail. And of course, the one that I'm sure you'll be most interested in is the Indonesian one. Okay, so what is critical about these three case studies is that they all enacted, and they all considered really importantly the relationship between ideas, methods, and values. And what we did was that we looked at these components in each different site. And if you can see there from the bolded text, that particular school focused on that component of the STEM practice more than the other two. Now, this is not to suggest that they weren't all doing ideas, methods, and values as part of their STEM practice units. It's just to highlight the fact that each school was able to take one of those components and make it a really critical component. So the Islamic boarding school in NTB, they were enacting really important STEM ideas, really important STEM methods, and really important STEM values. But the ones that were the central point of their STEM engagement was the values. And so what they were fostering more than anything else was inspiring the children to be creative and persistent, and to undertake teamwork, and to think creatively and to have a great deal of integrity as part of the work that they were undertaking and doing. So that was very, very critical. In Australia, by contrast, that school, that high school, was focusing much more on the methods. The ideas and the values were important, but they were really focusing on the actual processes that take place, those STEM processes that are really critical, that go across and connect differently to the approaches that you take across the content areas. So they were really encouraging the children to generate ideas and to think critically and to decipher information through encoding and decoding, and to be able to process multiple forms of information in order to solve and react to complex problems. The case study in Anchorage, by contrast, because they were focusing on what sometimes is called a wicked problem or a very complex problem, they were their main idea that they framed around their STEM unit was this notion of what are the really important ideas among the practice. So they were, unsurprisingly, from the description I said to you, were focusing on problem finding, exploring and challenging, finding and validating evidence, and questioning. And so that evidence I spoke about before was when they were actually taking measurements of the sea temperature and the temperature of the lakes, and they were trying to make predictions, and they were basing that on a whole lot of evidence that they had found about previous years and seeing how the changes, how the temperature had risen and so on. So they were actually doing things in a very different way. But as a combination, what you'll see from this slide is that those ideas and methods and values were enacted quite differently across these case studies. Okay, so the school that I'm going to focus a little bit more on now and provide a little bit more detail to is the Islamic boarding school in TB. And so remembering that the ideas that they were really focusing on, the methods and those really, really important values, which of course, as you know, are a really important feature of the Indonesian curriculum. And so this whole idea of integrity and this whole idea of value is quite critical to Indonesian culture. And they were really manifesting that really well in the way that they undertook their work. Okay, so I'm just going to let you read this slide for a moment to take note of where we're up to.
We have 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So from the perspective of the content from what the school was doing, they were focusing. So they were utilizing technology a great deal in the way in which they investigated their STEM ideas, their STEM methods, and their STEM values. But the priorities that they were doing included entrepreneurial things where the school were actually generating and making money to support both the school and the community. And this was undertaken in ways where the children actually became, there was a blurring of the lines, if you like, a blurring between the manner in which the children were doing schoolwork and they were doing community work. And sometimes the children didn't see the difference between the two. And I think that's something that, from an educator perspective, we know we're doing a good program if the children don't realise they're doing schoolwork, if they realise they're actually doing work that's important for the community. And so these ideas of they had extensive tree planting programs. They actually had a catfish farm and they were producing and they're cultivating mushrooms, and they're actually selling some of their produce. From a sustainability perspective, the students were developing a way of cleaning up the neighbourhood because it was in need of repair, They're actually turning a whole lot of rubbish into recycled materials. Incredibly inspiring. So I'm just going to show a few photos now that will give you a sense of what the children were doing as part of that connectivity. You can see the catfish farm there, and you can see the little shop that they had, and you can see some of the sustainability methods they were undertaking in order to clean the community up. All of this embedded into their STEM program. Okay, so just for a moment now, from the Vice Chairman, who had some really good insights. I think some of his inspirational words are important to consider. Okay, so the framing of that work is positioned around, I guess, the passion and the ideas of the school leaders. But what they were able to do is instill that passion and that vision into the work and the practices the children undertook. Okay, so how do we do this, and why is this important for the content in which we undertake? So the work that we do as part of our engagement and part of our scientific program is to look at a really important way of thinking and getting that to be promoted around STEM. And in the previous keynote, the professor was talking about logical reasoning. Interestingly, what we do, we focus a lot of our work on spatial reasoning. And so the work that we undertake and the work that we engage with children is around this really important way of thinking. It's critical because this spatial reasoning is malleable. That means it can be taught really quickly. And what's important is this spatial reasoning is the biggest predictor of a person having success in a STEM subject, in the STEM area. It's critical for mathematics, but it's also critical to other STEM subjects. And so if you look at it from an Indonesian perspective, these four images here looking at, particularly two of them are looking at navigation so if you're having to navigate as part of your job, your spatial reasoning is really critical. If you're actually developing beautiful batik, you have to have really good spatial reasoning in order to understand the patterning, in order to able to understand that patterning. So spatial reasoning is important for your daily performances in life, but it's also important for this improvement. Okay, and so for example, if you're driving around, particularly in busy streets, for example, in Jakarta, you can get lost very easily if your spatial reasoning skills are not good, because you can be diverted off into one area with lots of one-way streets in Jakarta. And if you get stuck in the wrong street, you can be sometimes 20 kilometers away before you can actually turn around. So these sorts of decision-making you have to be able to do on the spot is routine for a person who lives in Jakarta. But for a person who lives in another province, going into Jakarta can be a very challenging thing. So what we do as part of our work is develop intervention programs that actually promote this STEM thinking. And the best way to promote this STEM thinking is through what we call the spatial reasoning. And so I understand I've only got a little bit of time left. So I just want to talk about the way in which those three case studies can be linked to this area of spatial reasoning. I've mentioned along the way that it's very important not to disconnect or take away the content when you do a STEM program, even though I said that the content isn't the most important part of developing a STEM program, it's the practice. But the way in which you can actually get the content to actually work and to sing along, and as one of the facilitators said the other day, make things beautiful, is through developing these spatial reasoning skills. So what we do with the children that we're working with, we develop these intervention programs that are based on STEM, based on those sorts of values, ideas, and methods that you saw before that I've presented to you, but we focus on these spatial skills to develop those ideas. And here's just an example of 3 of the intervention programs we have undertaken that demonstrate transfer to mathematics. So what I mean by that is our intervention programs do not teach mathematics. And in fact, when the gurus teach the intervention programs, they don't teach mathematics at all. But as you can see from these 3 graphs, the mathematics improves at a significant rate, and in fact, in some of our programs, at a dramatic rate, as part of the development of the spatial reasoning. So as the children's spatial reasoning goes up, okay, their mathematics goes up even higher in every instance. So there's this connectivity between spatial reasoning and the STEM areas critical. But we've been able to demonstrate that by developing these programs, the children's STEM knowledge, in this instance, their mathematics improves. So their mathematics performance improves greatly by connecting and moving forward into these areas. So I think that I'm running out of time now. So I just want to finish on one slide, and then I'll open up to some questions and comments. And Dr. Siti Padahudan might help me actually with some of the responses I make if need be from this component. So as a summary, STEM shouldn't just be about the 4 content areas of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We should think about STEM as a practice, and those practices are associated with particular ideas, particular methods, and particular values that are really critical to the work that's undertaken. And what I did was I demonstrated through 3 different case studies how these ideas and these methods and these values in schools in different parts of the world can actually be connected together in order to promote a really important STEM program, which I hope sits well with the theme of this conference. But beside that, what I'm saying is if you want to get at the content at the same time, and that is, if you want to actually develop these methods, ideas, and values, but also improve the children's content knowledge, the best way to do that is to enact that through developing the children's spatial reasoning skills for 2 reasons. The spatial reasoning improves the content, and as I demonstrated from the previous slide, that the content improves dramatically if you actually address these spatial skills. But also, this spatial thinking actually promotes STEM. So if you like, the spatial thinking does 2 really important things. It develops the content knowledge and the performance of the content knowledge, but at the same time, it sets the children up well in order to go into a STEM profession into the future, because there's such a strong connection between this spatial thinking and it promotes STEM. So much so that the biggest contributor to a person, for example, becoming an engineer, is their spatial reasoning ability. That is, if they have strong spatial reasoning ability, it's much more likely that they'll move into a STEM profession. Okay, so I'll finish the presentation on this slide because I think it's a good way to finish that component of it. I think I've about exhausted my time, and now I'll hand back over to Dr. Elezi to manage the next part.
Professor Tom Lawrie. I think I want to highlight one very interesting thing about the presentation. I'm glad that you mentioned something about STEM practice and how diverse it is in terms of the 3 cases that you presented for us. Now I realize how a STEM practice doesn't have to be uniform. It can be very diverse depending on what schools actually want to emphasize. All right, then I'm sure that some of you have a question for Professor Tom Lawrie. Please type in the chat section. All right, so we have one question for Dr. Didik Sugeng Pambudi. His question is, would you explain to us how to improve the PISA results of Indonesian result? Oh, very important question. So please, Professor Lawrie.
Interestingly, and Dr. Siti can help here if she wants, but to be honest, the best way to improve the children's PISA results is to actually improve their spatial reasoning, because the pre and post test work that we actually do to measure children's performance change over time from our spatial reasoning program is with PISA-like test items. That is, we give the children PISA-like test items. We don't teach them any of those test items. We don't teach to a test. We don't even give them any content related to that. All we do is develop our intervention programs, and we've found substantially that the children's spatial reasoning improves. And in the past, we've worked with the World Bank in Indonesia to develop some programs that have a key component for spatial reasoning in that. And one of the projects that we did with the Department of DFAT in Australia, Department working with the communities in NTB, but also in the Education Directorate in Jakarta, was to actually promote some from spatial reasoning, actually improving teachers' spatial reasoning skills, which can also help with children's performance.
Professor Tamalori. So we go to the second question. This is from Tias Andromeda. Her question is how to measure the grade of successful of STEM implementation, and how long does the measurement might take?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that question again, because I was trying to read the chat. Yeah, sorry.
Her question is how to measure the successfulness of STEM implementation.
So I hope I'm answering this question correctly, but so we've tried to develop a series of fidelity measures that we provide to the teachers that allow them to take to try and track the particular methods, ideas, and values that they're actually engaging with. Because what you'll notice from the 3 case studies, and it was a point that you raised earlier, was that there's a diverse approach or a diverse way of actually enacting these STEM, and it can work very, very well by undertaking this in very different ways. Nevertheless, it's quite critical that we actually have some fidelity measures or really good ways of checking what's happening, so that teachers can take account of what they're doing. So sometimes we call it explicit teaching, and sometimes we call it clever planning. But that planning of that work needs to take place as well, so that the creativity and all of that doesn't run off onto different directions that the teacher can't get back to. So I think it's a really powerful question that was posed, because it's this idea that we have to be careful not to become too generic, and not to span our work out in such ways that it doesn't allow for the teacher to really have some explicit ways of actually developing the children's confidence, but also their performance, and also the integrity of the work they're undertaking.
Right, thank you, Professor Tamalori. I'm sure that some of the other audience might have some other question, but unfortunately we can't actually cover those questions because of the time limit. So this is the end of our keynote session. Something that I want to highlight before we end the session is that when we think about STEM practices, we have to think of how to connect the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in a broader sense. So I would like to thank the audience for the enthusiasm and attention during the session, and many thanks for Professor Tamalori for being here today. Hopefully you can be in Aceh in the future when pandemic is actually over. So
I've promised Professor Rama that I will come one day, so I will come.
Yes, please come. So we would love to have you here in person. So before we end this session, I would like to remind everyone that the next session will be the keynote session by Associate Professor Rachel Sheffield from Curtin University. So please stay tuned. And for now, I would like to say goodbye. I might see some of you again in the parallel session later on. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yuli Rahmawati, the moderator for the Associate Professor of Rachel Selfield. We would like to start the keynote speaker today. Before we start, I would like to let you know that the presentation will be going through for 45 minutes, and then we will have the question and answer throughout the 5 until 10 minutes. So just put your question on the chat box, and then Associate Professor Rachel Selfield will answer the question. Before we start, I would like to introduce our speaker today. Associate Professor Rachel Selfield is from the Curtin University, Australia, and she is the Associate Professor in School of Education at Curtin University. As her field as a science educator, she has been published several publications in STEM education, and then especially in STEM identity, and then she has awarding several awards from the university and national award for teaching excellence, and then also the executive endeavor fellowship in 2016, and then the great achievement on the 2020 of the Women's Hall of Fame for her work in STEM and science education over the 35 years. So currently, she's working with the STEMinist research group that he also helping us in several countries in India, Indonesia, and Malaysia, and also supporting the women in STEM education. It was nominated for the 2019 Premier Science Awards and 2020 UNESCO Prize for Girls in Science for Impact on Women. So the title of Rachel's presentation is The STEMinist, the story of some women in STEM. So I would like to give this opportunity for Rachel to give the presentation. Please, Associate Professor Rachel Selfield, for proceed the presentation.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Not really clear, Rachel.
Oh dear, that's going to be problematic. Okay. Is that any better?
Probably the headset, or
have a headset.
We can hear very clear in Banda Aceh. Sound is
Is this any better?
Yes. Yes.
Much better.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can hear you without the headset, but you can't hear me. Welcome. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to the organizers of this amazing conference for the opportunity to talk to you. And thank you, Yuli. Yuli and I have worked before. She knows how to get me off when I can talk too long. And I have to apologize because Professor Tom had the most amazing slides in Bahasa Indonesian, and I apologize that my slides are in English. But I'm hoping that some of the pictures will make up for my lack of Indonesian. So thank you so very much. And as I said, thank you so much for the organizers of this conference for this opportunity. So I would like to talk to you about some of the work that we've been doing around women in STEM. I was going to talk a little bit about STEM, but I know Professor Nato and Professor Larry have done that so eloquently. I probably won't touch on that, but I will talk about women in STEM and look at some of the projects that we've been doing, including the STEMinist project. I didn't envisage myself as a woman in STEM until 2019, when I'm in this picture somewhere with, I went to Antarctica with a group of 100 STEM women from across the world. It was a remarkable experience because Antarctica is an amazing place, but it was a remarkable experience to spend that time with such a diverse group of women in STEM and the conversations that we had around increasing the numbers of women in this area. I have to say there were a couple of Indonesian STEM people in this group, STEM women, but not as many as probably we should have compared to the numbers. But the photos I've picked out to put behind the slides were taken by my very clever colleagues on this journey. I have to say I have no skills at all, but I thought this one was a beautiful one. So I wanted to talk about women in STEM, the numbers, how, why the numbers are as low as they are, what we can do. I have some research from a colleague in Indonesia, Ella Fratina, and she was looking at numbers of women in Indonesia in STEM areas, so I can talk a little bit to that from that information. But I wanted to talk to you about girls in education because I think that precedes the notion of women in STEM. And I think from the most part, this study from the UN around 25 years of progress for girls is showing that girls are increasingly in school and are doing extremely well. So if there's a 1999 and 2018 in this graph, and you can see that the numbers are high. In Southeast Asia, it's probably the lowest, which is here, but it's such a big increase. I think we are on the right track to get all the girls into schools. And I think that is a really, really positive start, because if you want women in STEM, you first of all, obviously going to need them in education. I looked again, boys and girls. Southeast Asia, unfortunately, or South Asia actually, East Asia and the Pacific do better. South Asia does particularly poorly in the number of students who are out of school. So this is where we don't want these numbers to be high. But again, they're coming down in this area, although not in Africa, but across the board in other areas. And we're looking at boys and girls. So getting them into education is such an important start to this. And then we look at girls' achievement, because I think there's a notion of how girls are able to achieve. So if you have a look at these two, I really like these because it shows the achievement of boys and girls. They actually said that in this data, from 2010 to 2017, across the world, so the different dots represent different countries, boys are slightly better at maths, but not as good at reading. So reading is on the left, girls are at the bottom of the graph, boys are at the top. But in 2/3 of the country, girls performed similarly or better than boys in science. So, and the study there is quite big. So we're starting to have parity for girls and boys in studying at primary and secondary ages. So that's a good start for getting equal numbers of women in STEM. But what happens? Because it doesn't continue. We do see here the percentage of 15 to 19-year-old girls and boys not in employment. Across the world, it's lower. It's only 10% for boys. It's 24% for girls. So I think this is where there is a little bit of discrepancy or difference, which is going to change what's going to happen subsequently. North America, as you'd expect, it's the same. South Asia, again, there is this huge difference. Only 8% of boys are not in employment, education, or training. 33% of girls between 15 and 19 are not in any of those spaces. And in sub-Saharan Africa, again, it's the same as Latin America. So that is starting to provide us some explanation, but we continue and we look more specifically at STEM subjects. Now, I know everybody so far has made an incredibly strong case for the value of education and the value of STEM education. Whether you can consider it as the subjects, you consider that as values, and in the framework that Professor Larry was using, you are considering that it is important. We need it for solving real life problems, and we need it, and so making sure that women and men are represented in this, and that we have enough, is going to be incredibly important. What we do find, though, is that we have a deficit of people to work in this space. We don't have enough in the trends for the world of people in STEM. We don't have enough in technology, very, very strongly in engineering. And so we have low numbers, we need more. And again, it's not equitable between the boys and the girls. So let's have a look at the numbers. And I have to say that these come mainly out of the US, the UK, and some of Australia. Because most of the research accessible to me is in that space, there seemed to be less information in other areas and other places in the world. So we have parity. In fact, we have overly large numbers of women who are doing bachelor's degree in any subject, but this drops down to 35% in this particular set of data. STEM workforce for women, we're down to 22%. And then when we go down to Nobel laureates in science, we're very small number. So 74% of STEM workers in the US are male, 26% are females, and I should advocate that that is very similar to the numbers in the UK, in Australia, and also in the UK. So I don't know if you've probably heard the expression of a leaky pipeline. This again is out of the US, but I love the notion of the fact that we were getting leakage from STEM generally, but specifically from women who weren't going through. So we had, they took from year 9 or grade 9 into high school, and then it dribbles away until you get a very small number of STEM graduates. I did find some information from, this is from 2014, and it shows Indonesia. And I love this because for you as an Indonesian community, you are leading the way because you have the highest number of engineers out of all the countries that are listed here. So out of the US, with the US for women is only 19% of women in engineering are, 19% of the people in engineering are women, whereas in Indonesia, you have well over double that, and you have nearly 33%, which is awesome. Science and technology, also high, not necessarily as high as India here or South Africa, but certainly better than these countries, US and Chile down here. So this is actually from the World Bank statistics. So girls and boys, they all completed high school, but they are graduating from university. High levels in blue, which is education, but much lower levels in the other, in STEM subjects. So I think this is a really interesting statistic. So what we have is low numbers of girls held back from participating in STEM education. So the next thing is, why is that happening? And we've considered a few things. We'll look at a bit about discrimination and biases, social norming, stereotyping, and expectations. And sometimes that's about the stakeholder expectations of family members and society. So what influences or what prevents women from entering into STEM? It's not about their biology. So STEM is not just a boy thing. And I've looked at STEM here with the medicine on it. As Professor Larry talked about, we had STEAM, we have STREAM, we have all sorts of areas. I'm going to use this definition because the data I pulled was mostly around this information. So Women are underrepresented, but it's not due to they don't have capacity. I think that's really evident in Indonesia, where there are higher numbers of women studying engineering and also science and technology. There are lots of socio-cultural factors that will impact on this. And girls tend to think that they are not as good at maths as their boys in their classes. They are, but they don't think they are, which is really interesting. And then there's this gender difference in self-confidence. So we often have girls thinking that they are not as good as boys in this space. They are, and I can share with you all the data where I've pulled the data from as we get further through. I like this picture. This is a wandering albatross. We were down in the Antarctic Peninsula when this photo was taken. So in some fields, such as biology, they are equally represented in the undergraduate level and postgraduate, but they tend to still leave these careers. So we've got this notion of not as many in engineering, not as many in technology. They are the same numbers in biology, but they're not staying in there. So why is that happening and what's going on? Again, these are the penguins from the Antarctic Peninsula. I think this is a Gentoo penguin. There are fewer women in STEM. The research says their jobs are less secure and they earn less. Again, as I said to you, this is very much focused into the US and Australia and the UK. 35% of all students enrolled in STEM-related fields are female. 28% of the world's researchers are women. That's quite low comparatively. If you are a woman in the US of color, if you're African American, there's only 2.9% of women in STEM areas. If you're Latino, it's 3.6. And in the US, if you're an Asian woman, it's only 4.8. And only one company in 5 of the top 500 companies in the US have women on their boards. So that's a real concern that situation is occurring. What else did they find out? They found out that after women have completed a PhD, they earn about a third of less than their colleagues, their male colleagues. That's concerning. And although women fill out half the jobs in the US economy, they hold less than 25% of the STEM jobs. So in the US, it's particularly bad. It was fairly cold on the Antarctic Peninsula. These are 2 of my female colleagues. It also found out from the research that women who don't have children tend to earn more than women who do. So that's not incentive to go and have your own children, is it? And if you look at their differences and you control them, women still lag behind men by 11% in first-year earnings. It also says that women who have young children within the 5 years of earning their PhDs are less likely to hold tenured faculty positions. So that's also a case that is the disincentive for women to spend time in STEM. Some of this is about academia, but most of this is around STEM and STEM academia. This is a view from my porthole one morning. This is one of my photos. So women are more likely than men to prefer work with clear social purpose. And so possibly, and maybe inaccurately, people don't always view STEM occupations as directly benefiting society and individuals. Well, as we know, and we will contest, and it does say this is inaccurate, we have a very strong sense that STEM is extremely important and therefore, and often does have a very strong social purpose. So medicine, biomedical engineering, environmental engineering. So higher percentage of women in those areas, lower in things like mechanical or electrical engineering. But I think you'd probably be able to argue that we're actually still in that space needing women, and it's still very closely focused on social purposes, so positive social achievement. Attrition from the STEM workforce. So women go into STEM, they don't stay there very long. They often, especially for tenure, they often don't have tenure. They tend to be in lower roles. They don't get faculty positions. They earn 12% of doctorates in engineering, but only 7% of the tenured faculty was made up of those women. And that's in engineering, and that was in 2006. In areas like biology, women receive 42% there, but they are still quite low, and there are only 25% of them are tenured subsequently. So it says they have lower job satisfaction, higher turnover, and loss of talent. And I noticed in our engineering faculty here at Curtin, we have had a decrease in the number of women who have been working in that space. So they said that between 2001 and 2014, 18 STEM disciplines were significantly underrepresented by women. So that is not just in PhDs, that's in associate professors and full professors. And doesn't matter who was in the pool, that men were twice as likely to win scholarly awards than women. And then this information was particular to the UK, sorry, the United Kingdom. They had more administrative duties on average than men, and therefore less time to do research. And when research is how you're judged, having less time to do research, you have to think about other ways of managing that to make sure that you are competitive. So there are interesting ways to do that. And I'm thinking about colleagues now, because I know that each of us colleagues have different ways of being able to manage that. So collaborations are really strong. Yuli, would you agree with me in that? The notion of being able to work alongside other people is helping. And I, as I said, work in teaching. I'm really good at that area. And so therefore I'm more likely to be in there, because that will give me opportunities as well. So, but in terms of pure research, absolutely. This is a tale of a humpback whale. It was amazing to be on the deck of the boat to see this, and then not only to be able to see it, but to have my female colleagues be able to tell me what age whale it was and whether it was male or female, which was pretty spectacular. I know this sounds like a very gloomy trip. I hope the pictures are keeping you positive. Women often feel unsupported in their work environment. They have very difficult work schedules. They're often the primary carer, and that makes it really difficult. And I know Yuli's nodding about being the primary carer for children. And so we have to manage that. We have to put it off. We have to do workarounds. We have to get help to be able to do that. And so it becomes extra hassle, and so it makes it all the more challenging. And interesting here, it said that 33 or 34% of women between 25 and 35 were intending to leave their profession within 5 years. This is in STEM. So the answer to that would be why, and I expect that they are finding some of these issues up here around childcare. It says they're more likely to work part-time, and that's really true. They have lower salaries when they work part-time. They have no job security. In our university, the predominance of our sessional staff, who are amazing teachers, they are mostly women. Not always, but mostly women. They work extremely hard. It's a very insecure place to work, and therefore they never step up into the space to do research in the same way. And while research is incredibly strongly valued. I put this in to show you how it looked, and then I darkened it so that I could see what I was going to talk about. This is around bias. So the notion of people having a negative view, even though they don't necessarily say they do. So about gender stereotypes. A lot of the things that they say, and again, I pull this into the UK and the US and Australia, that women are much more likely to be thought about as less likable, especially if they're in a masculine job and are viewed to be doing masculine type things. So it's about likability. Men are more likable when they're in those tough jobs doing difficult things. Oh, there's the picture of it without the darken. This is an Adelie penguin. You know that because its fur comes right down on its beak, and it gets it's a much colder penguin. It lasts in much colder climates. So I'm just doing my penguin thing. Papers by women are much less likely to be cited than those by men. I think that's interesting. And scientific journals tend to appoint more men than women to editorial boards. That's interesting, isn't it? I'm not sure about the notion of citing. I don't tend to look for a journal when I'm citing if it's a male or a female, but that's an interesting notion. And again, the numbers indicate where this data has been taken from, and I'm happy to provide it. We also talk about sexism in spaces, and although we as women don't like to think about that, that happens for us. And they talked about women in STEM and found that 71% of women reported experiencing sexual or harassment of some sort, compared to 41% of men. One of my girlfriends, an engineer, used to go up to the mine sites. The mine sites were full of men, lots of things around calendars which were inappropriate and things like that she had to deal with. So there are these things, and these are just what happens. This is not saying that every situation is like that. This is just talking generally about the barriers for women. So there is, again, the gender stereotyping. And women's feeling that their expertise is not as less likely to be acted upon because people don't feel that they are experienced or they have the knowledge. If you're looking at, they've done this, they've looked at, from Yale, they looked at 2 identical job applications, one with a male name, one with a female. They always chose the male name, even though the actual job applications were identical. Isn't that concerning? They offered the female lower salary, less mentorship, even though the applications were the same. So they wanted to test this as a bit of scientific evidence. And both male and female faculty were equally likely to exhibit bias, which is concerning, isn't it? So that's women as well, biased against women. This is, I love this picture because just moments before, this is a penguin's egg, and this bird has just stolen the penguin's egg and taken off with it from underneath the feet of the penguin in one of the visits that we did to the peninsula. So women earn 20% less in STEM careers than women in any kind of STEM area in the US, and that's huge still, that we get 20% less for the job that we do. And it doesn't matter what the level of achievement is. I thought that was really interesting because I thought, well, maybe when women get up to associate professors or professors, it would be better. It isn't, which is concerning. Now, this is where we've got some data. I'm really pleased. Ella found this for me. It's from UNESCO in 2016. And it's about girls enjoying subject areas. So in Indonesia, the most enjoyed subject is phys ed, art and music for both boys and girls. And the least enjoyed is maths for both groups and physics for both groups. that actually isn't around gender. I'm not sure that's gendered. I think that's just that we need to do more for physics. I think temporal physics and mathematics there. But also in Cambodia, science was quite very low for females, and males, and science was low for in Malaysia for both males and females. So maybe this is not about this is definitely maybe not about gender. This is about the subject itself, possibly. We need to have a look at what we can do to change that. This is the proportion in Indonesia. I think this is amazing. Look at these numbers. 88% of all the women or the people studying pharmacy are female, 80.7 biology, 73 medicine, 66.8 chemistry, 57.7 mathematics. Do you know, I think that's marvelous because your numbers are so much better than the US, the UK areas. And I really would be interested in finding out if you could suggest to me why you are doing so amazingly well. I'm hoping to answer that question. We looked at students' attitudes towards maths and science. Anxiety is, it's actually not that different in maths. I'm looking at motivation. We'll have to have a look at significant differences, but just looking at them, they're not. So perseverance, the females 49%, the males 46%. Confidence, females have slightly more confidence. So that's interesting. This is in a school, in a school setting. And in science, confidence, I'm just having a look. Malaysia is very different. Females quite low in confidence in science, higher in the boys, but anxiety again higher. Indonesia the same. Look at this. Very interesting data. So if we're looking at a total though of researchers in science, technology and innovation by gender, 31% female, 69% males. But if we looked at that first graph, it's not in medicine and it's not in pharmacy. So possibly it's in technology and possibly engineering. That would be really interesting to think about too. So I love this picture. It didn't get dark very often there in Antarctica, but this is one of those beautiful pictures taken. Effective things we can do to change stereotypes. Well, we have to create role models. And some of the conversations today have been amazing around what is being done in Indonesia and in Australia, Alaska, around the world in terms of providing those role models and showcasing career opportunities. Engagements with universities and outreaches. So those are the sorts of things that we are already doing. Targeting recruitment strategies, looking at how we can retain in these areas. And I suppose having, being aware that it's a problem. So looking at how we can support that with flexible work options and leadership champions and so forth. A better understanding of performance relative to opportunity, assessment of impact of career opportunities, mitigation against unconscious bias, and managing pushback. So the notion that everybody needs to encourage women into those spaces and have champions, male and female champions of change. Just very briefly, I want to talk a bit about the STEMinist program, and you've heard a lot about the other programs. This is another program where we brought female pre-service teachers with female engineering students, which are very low numbers in Australia, and we worked with primary students. Now, the primary students, male and female, had no problems in that space. They were equally engaged and interested in the activities that we ran. It's interesting to think then where this starts to change and students start to become less interested in STEM ideas. Again, we were talking about the doing aspect of it, and so we've been doing lots of activities and a few boys slipping into our STEMinist communities as well. So we've been doing this for a few years now. I've been working with Yuli over in Indonesia. We've did some work in India, and we've been trying to encourage and promote hands-on learning and the notion of women and well, yeah, women as leaders in this role and as mentors in this space. So I think there is lots of innovation that's happening, lots of initiatives, and I think it's absolutely brilliant listening to some of the work that's being done and looking forward to the conference and having a look through the brochure of all the sorts of things that are being done in and around Indonesia and across the world to encourage students into the space and to make it as interesting and engaging as possible. So we've been doing work in Makerspace, and at the moment we are putting a book together around some of the Makerspace work. Oh, here's the Indonesian Makerspace students down Bhopal. These are our very first STEMinists. And I was going to show you a little bit. I was going to show you a little bit about what I think is important, very, very briefly, around the notion of, I know Professor Larry was talking about what he valued. I do think content knowledge is important, absolutely. But for me, I think the focus should be on the skills. I think in the world where we Google everything, and we can find things out very, very quickly, then I think we need to focus on how we get students to do these very important skills: collaboration, communication, critical and creative thinking, and how do we measure them? Because for us as educators, that is the challenge. And I put these up because they sit across for us. These are the UNESCO ones, and they sit across the Australian general capabilities. And I think with the new program in Indonesia, these skills are becoming more important and more valued. And I'm going to just go back a little bit because I wanted to show you when we work with the pre-service teachers, we do this sort of activity, and I get my pre-service teachers not just to look at what maths and science might be here, but I get them to think about what sorts of skills that students can demonstrate while they are doing this activity. My next step to this would be, how do we capture that, and how do we progress students? How do we help students demonstrate perseverance, resilience? We've got so many words for the same thing. It becomes a really interesting untying of complexity to do this. So we've been doing some inquiry work with them through some websites. So this one on the right with this very benign whale shark is the one that I use with my first year pre-service teachers. In fact, they're about to present in the next couple of weeks, and they've been researching using the inquiry approach around developing critical thinking, questioning skills, and then communication. So this one was for a grade 5 class to work on. So I think that we are in a really interesting space for everybody, but particularly for women. And I think that this is STEM is really important, but I think we need to think about real life contextual problems that we can solve, rather than science, technology, engineering, and maths, which has become such a, well, it is important, it's become so important. And I think we need to step back and look more at skills, at problem solving, and at inquiry, and at the doing aspect of this, because what became really clear from working with 100 women, and here we all are here, and again, I'm in there, you can find me if you can, what became clear from the conversations I had with these amazing women who were professors and who were engineers and who all worked in STEM was how worried they were about the future for their children, for their grandchildren, and for the world in general. And I think that's why I'm looking at encouraging more women and more men into STEM, into the problem solving, and into creating a better future for the world. And Antarctica is incredibly fragile in terms of being able to, it's not terribly resilient. So I put that in there for that. And there are some, I can give you the whole reference list, and I'm happy to make that available to you. But it was something that, that we felt very strongly about. Yuli.
Yes.
Have I run out of time?
Yeah, it's this. I just make a chat on the chat box, so 3 minutes left. So please, so I saw it's 5 slides left. So please just finish it up before the question and answer.
I kind of am happy to stop here. I'd rather
okay.
generate some conversation. When I have to tell you that this was the topic that the conveners wanted me to talk about, and, and I'm happy to, but I never really thought I was a feminist. But I do think that this is an important discussion. And because so many of my students are female in education, therefore we need to encourage them to teach STEM, to be confident to teach it, because we do want that being translated through into our future, because we are going to need lots of these amazing people to solve all these problems.
Yes. So I think it's really interesting idea, isn't it? Because the woman itself, it's influenced by different values, especially in the society. So it will be interesting to engage that kind of issue in Indonesia. So thanks, Rachel. So I would like to share the question. There is several questions. Hopefully we can answer throughout the time. The first question is from Pak Aib Saifullah from UP. How to engage women to participate more in science based on their different conditions. So it's also relevant to the next question, Rachel, is about between balancing career and family, because it's always challenging for women. Should employer in STEM fields in particular is consider providing more flexibility for women employee? So that's the question can be answered by you as well. And the other question,
I think this is probably a question, Yuli, that you would be better placed to answer in Indonesia, having got two beautiful young ladies yourself. It is an incredible challenge. I think that we raise the awareness, but we also do the predominance of the child rearing. And when we do the predominance of the child rearing, then that is always going to be a kind of a segue between the two. We're going to have to manage it. And to be honest, I wish I had a magic answer to this. I'm not sure I do. I think it's about raising awareness. I think if we're having the conversation at these high levels, that's incredibly important start. I think that, I really do think that. So I really wish I had a incredibly, you know, a magic wand to fix this. I do think we have to make it interesting. So one of the things that I think we have to do is we have to look at what engages women and what engages young women into the STEM space. And we have to think about how we can make it interesting. Because if we can make it interesting for students, then they'll want to engage. And if they want to engage, then that is part of them feeling valued in this space. So I think that lots of hands-on activities. I think that was a big hit when we did work with you guys in Indonesia. I know girls are often better working in teams because they have that capacity. They have a lot more words, first of all, to use, but also they tend to work well in teams. So it's about building on their skills and their knowledge and encouraging activities that that are interesting to both genders, but really thinking about it from a woman's perspective. So what is that going to be? How am I going to engage, and what's interesting? So, and I think when we look at men and women, they are different, and I don't think we're going to be able to fix it by treating them the same.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think, Yuli?
Should I answer the question? So yeah, I think it's quite challenging, especially in Indonesia, because if you see the data that you're presenting today, it's not really a big difference between like the motivation both female and male and their engagement as well. But there is the issue that you mentioned about the values, the picture. If you are a woman and then you are expected have a main role in the house compared to in the career. So that kind of values it doesn't mean we neglected the role of a woman, but it's just the way we pursue our profile as a woman. So different perspective as well. So Rachel is still several question, and then there is that a question from Pak Maigala regarding that how the employers, and the next question has been answered actually on your presentation about from Pak Darman regarding what are the driving preventing factors for women to study and work in STEM. So
I think it's about environmental feel. So I think if it's, I mean, we have this awful situation in engineering here at Curtin where the numbers of women are decreasing in engineering, and then it feeds off itself. And as we lost more professors in engineering, like Nicoletta, the numbers of women wanting to go into that space is getting smaller and smaller. Women don't feel comfortable, they don't feel valued, and I think, and it's very difficult to know how to get change without doing something like positive, bringing in and interviewing just women. And that breeds resentment, because then the males are like, well, you only got this job because you're a woman. And that's not what we want, because that doesn't actually help at all in encouraging people to work together. It's a really difficult area to be able to manage. So, but I think, as I said, conversation is the first part of this, and I think having this is really important.
Yeah, especially the policy as well. So I have two more questions. So the last two more questions. The first is from Pak Faisal from Universitas Asahan. What learning model is used by STEM in improvement the capacity of girls to be ready to face industrial revolution of 4.0? So special probably the capacity of girls itself to face that challenge.
I think the industrial 4.0, I think, is an interesting space that we're in. We're moving very strongly and very quickly with AI and those sorts of areas. I think women are interested in that aspect of it. I think we're curating a lot of information, and I think girls and boys can have abilities in that space. But I think it comes down to for when we think about learning, we want students to look at things that they feel passionately about, address things, solve problems about things that they feel passionately about. So if you're going to give the children in your class an opportunity to, yes. Sorry, I have a master's student about to present. Sorry, and that was Sue, Yuli, Susan. So we are trying to work out how to do that and make it meaningful for them. So I think that would be my aim. The fact that we are trying to solve the problems. We care for the environment. I'm not saying boys don't. I think girls just are happier to do that kind of thing. They don't tend to do things for the sake of it. They like something, that some other reason to make something better. I have a feeling that's where they are.
Okay, so the last question is from USAID, from Pak Jahlu Cahyanto. Thank you, Pak. The international STEM good practices on promoting STEM, women in STEM, should be disseminated across institutions, even across the country. And then what do you think? How can education institutions, so as institution in Southeast Asia or globally, collaborate through their programs?
I think so. And when we were nominated for the UNESCO award, there were some fabulous programs that are in play in all countries to try and encourage. So that's why I started with the numbers of girls in education. So for a long time, and if we go back 40, 50 years, those numbers were very low. So we've made extraordinary progress. Let's not kid ourselves that over the last 50 years, women have come a tremendous journey to be from being considered that they shouldn't have been educated in the first place to not only feeling that they should be educated, but that they are they have the capacity to do all tasks. And we have had a female prime minister in Australia, and we've had a female prime minister elsewhere in the world. So we have made tremendous progress, and I think that we are going to continue to raise voices, which we have. I think we have so many amazing initiatives, which we do, and we have the opportunity to present here and to have this conversation in this incredibly prestigious forum is actually extremely important in itself. And the fact that there are questions about how can we do this from a variety of people means that we know that we've got a little bit more work to do. So I think we celebrate that we are amazing and we've made amazing progress. We say there is still more to do. There are lots of programs, and we have to celebrate all children's learning to be better in STEM or to improve in STEM. And I think if I could change one thing in the whole of all I teach, I would really want to encourage assessment to change, to be less rigid, so that we can be more engaging, more innovative in how we teach. But where we are very rigid in our assessments, that then continues to push back against some of these amazing opportunities that we can encourage girls and boys to do. So I think that would be my takeaway. And some of the work that Professor Larry does in early childhood is fabulous. There's less pressure down in that space and we need to be pushing that up rather than pushing assessments down into those primary and early childhood spaces. So I think that is where we have to go into the future. And I'd like to thank you very much, Yuli, for moderating this and for coming on board and being put on the spot when asked questions.
Thank you so much, Rachel. So everyone, we have been collaborates probably is more than 5 years, and then we have been working with the project. So the question from USAID it's about the working collaboration and then across the country. Even we wrote the paper together about the STEM in different countries, isn't it, Rachel?
Absolutely.
So we can see how it's developed throughout the time, especially in the issues of how to engage our females, especially because both of us working as in the teacher educations, and then most of them are female as well. So thanks, Rachel, and then I would like to thank you for the great presentation, and then bringing the issue of women is so interesting for us as well, because we usually listen different perspective of STEM in different agenda as well. And then I would like to highlight everyone. I would like to conclude this this meeting, this speech today regarding the several issues of the woman in science. And I think we need to collaborate and working together how to engage the woman, not only in terms of the achievement and also the participation, and also we realize that the profile, the characteristic of woman itself is as a key points to facing the future challenge. And then throughout the works that have been doing by Rachel regarding the developing the skill, the transversal competencies that you have been developed is also relevant to Indonesia context as well. So I think everyone can get benefit throughout your presentation as well. Thank you everyone. Thank you Rachel, and thank you for the participant for the great opportunity for asking to engage with the conversation. I would like to close this speech. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And then I would like to share the information from the organizer that the session of parallel 1 will be conducted in 2 p.m. and the session 2 will be conducted in 4 p.m. So hopefully all the participants already know where is the room, and then we can follow the agenda in this seminar. Thank you very much. Thanks Rachel. Thanks everyone.